Giving me trouble this week. Hello. All right, good morning. Hopefully, you guys are doing well. We're a little bit late because we had to get the stream running. Microsoft had to update, I believe. That's what Mr. S told me. But we do have our verse quiz this morning, John chapter 4, verse 35. Okay, I'll give you guys about 5 to 10 minutes to do that. And we do have some notes to finish. Okay, so you guys just pull out a blank sheet of paper, send that to me today, or turn it in tomorrow. Okay, or else that will be a 0 on that quiz. It's not hard. We did talk about it a few times this week, but make sure you get that turned in. We're going to do that for the next about All right, welcome back. Hopefully you did that verse. Yes, there is class, Jacob. I announced we did have our verse. Okay, so if you guys didn't take it, obviously you're at home, have a little more free time. Make sure you get that verse done. John chapter 4, verse 35. Get that turned in today. Or if you turn everything in on Fridays, like Christian Halsey usually does that. We turn stuff in on Fridays. That's fine too. But make sure if you're sending it, turn it in today. I don't want to have to give anyone a 0 in any of my classes because there's no reason to get a 0. My classes are pretty easy, or at least they should be. All right, but yesterday we started talking about the second miracle, and as I already talked to the kids in here, okay, today we're going to be talking about a little bit about the nobleman, and then finish up with the son, and then we will be done and review a little bit for our quiz. So let's go quickly through these notes. Okay, we have the nobleman. Okay, the nobleman apparently was very wealthy because he had what? The verses we read yesterday said he had. No, remember he returned home and he asked who? His servants. He had servants. Okay, and during this time and even further along the road of history, okay, people that had servants or people working for them, okay, they were wealthy or they were noblemen. Okay, the common folk wouldn't have their own servants. They did their own work. Okay, so we see this man had servants. He had people working for him. Okay, he had the money. Maybe he was considered a lord, and we saw that in verse 51. Okay, but we see he was the king's officer. And nobleman was a title used for people who worked in the court of Herod Antipas. Okay, we've heard of him in the Bible before. Okay, so he was an officer of the king. Okay, anytime you hear, certainly during Bible times, the term nobleman, okay, it's an officer of a king. Okay, and we see him working for King Herod. Okay, others who occupied a similar position were this man named Chusa. Okay, in Luke 8, verse 3, you can check it out yourself. I'm not going to really go to it. But it shows us another example, a man named Chusa that was considered a nobleman, okay, or an officer of the king. You might want to know that. It may be on a quiz, may not be. You never know. Okay, and we see another time a man named Manaen. Okay, and we see that in Acts 13:1. Again, the term nobleman being used as an officer of who? A king. Okay, not the king because there's many. A king, just a king. Okay, but I think you guys get it. Okay, note that Joanna, we see in Luke 8:3, Chusa's wife was saved. Okay, it's a different story. We're not going to really go into it, but we see in these other passages, these noblemen, okay, Chusa's wife was saved. It could have been thought, or through this very miracle, that she believed. She used her wealth to support Christ's work. Okay, we see some things we can learn from this nobleman. Okay, we also learned these following facts, and obviously they're already up on the screen for you. But number one, not to exempt from sorrow just because of rank or riches. Okay, this man, okay, he could have just been sorrowful. Okay, because he's rich does not mean he can't be sorrowful, is what I meant to say. Okay, just because he has things and maybe he has a title, maybe he has money, okay, obviously he has people working for him, okay, does not mean he's always happy. I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys already know that. Okay, but we see an example of that. In 2 Kings chapter 5, verse 1, you guys don't have to turn to it, but I'm going to turn to it really quick. Okay, we see a man named Naaman, which I'm sure a lot of us have heard before. Okay, but it's in 2 Kings chapter 5 and verse 1, and it says this. Now Naaman, captain of the host of the king of Syria, was a great man with his master and honorable, because by him the Lord had given deliverance unto Syria. He was also a mighty man in valor, but he was a leper. Okay, although he had all these ranks, it says, hey, this dude has made achievements. He has helped conquer. Okay, he has done all these things. Okay, he's a lord. Okay, but it says, what did it say at the end of the verse? It said, but he was a leper. I know you already said it. Okay, he was a leper. Okay, I'm pretty sure you guys know what a leper is, yes? Have you heard? Okay, it's basically where you're not leopard, a leper. It's basically where your skin and your body deteriorates. Okay, people, in Bible times, your face would be deformed because pieces would have deteriorated off. Your fingers, your limbs. Okay, it attacks your body and it destroys. It destroys it. It just crumbles. Okay, that's why in Bible times we see lepers is very contagious. They would make them all be out of any city or gate, and they would basically be in their own communities. Later on, we're going to see Okay, Jesus going to lepers. Okay, and I'm sure a lot of you guys have heard that miracle as well. Okay, but we see this man Naaman. Okay, he's a captain of the host of the king. He's a great man. He's a general. Okay, he's a commander. Okay, but he was a leper. So just because you're rich or you have a high rank, just like this nobleman, okay, does not mean that they don't have sorrow. Okay, we see that in other areas like Naaman. Consider all the tragedies, okay, of Kennedy family for proof and money and position. They do not exempt anyone from sorrow. Okay, his son was killed in World War II, President Kennedy. Okay, right? He was considered a happy man. I don't know if you guys know much about him. Maybe some more than others, but he's considered a happy man. Okay, a people's president. Okay, he's very charismatic. Okay, but we see even a man that is the president. Okay, and we see this through other people in this position. A lot of people like him. Okay, I'm sure some didn't as well. Okay, but he had sorrow. His son died in World War II. Okay, a son assassinated as president. Another son assassinated while he was campaigning for his presidency. Another son who was involved in a suspicious death of a woman. A grandson killed in a plane crash. Okay, all these things happened to Kennedy. Okay, so these people, just because they're a celebrity, they have money, okay, we see tragedies all the time. Robin Williams, okay, very, very popular actor, comedian, someone that people look to for a good time, right? Always had a smile on his face. Okay, but later on he found out, okay, and he realized he had no real joy. There was something missing in his life, and that really consumed him in his last and later years. Okay, and if you don't know what happened, it was a sad story that he took his own life. Okay, so we see just because you have things, okay, whether a position, so when you guys get older and you might have money, okay, remember the truth, okay, that you have to always keep that relationship with God, or else you'll always be missing something. Maybe something bad happens and you forget about God, man, where are you going to run? You might try to run to certain things, okay, but it's never going to fill that void. There's only one thing that will, and that's God and his love. Okay, so we see that rich people and popular in rank are not exempt from being sorrowful. Okay, secondly, we see this nobleman has a measure of faith in Christ. We see he has a measure of faith in Christ, and we see that in verse 47 through 49. I'm going to reread it. It says, when he heard that Jesus was come out of Judea into Galilee, he went unto him and besought him that he would come down and heal his son, for he was at the point of death. Okay, then Jesus saith unto him, and I already read this multiple times, except ye see signs and wonders. The nobleman saith unto him, Sir, come down, ere my child die. The nobleman walked from Capernaum all the way to Cana. Capernaum all the way to Cana. You guys have this note, I'm assuming, since it's very easy to take notes in the Bible book. Okay, but from Capernaum all the way to Cana. Okay, so although it's not really quite that far, you can see on the map there. Okay, remember they didn't have a car. Okay, maybe he had a horse. Okay, maybe he had to walk by foot. Who knows? Okay, the Bible doesn't tell us, but he traveled all the way from in this map from Capernaum, okay, to this land of Cana. Okay, we said it's almost a day's journey. Okay, through this time. Okay, this man, which shows he had some faith in Christ's ability from what he heard. Remember, he might have heard of the water changing to wine. Okay, to do something for his son, but he showed only a limited faith. He said, hey, I've seen you, or I've heard and maybe seen you do wonders. Can you do this wonder for my son? That's the only faith he had in him. Okay, he didn't trust in Christ as his Savior at first, right? He didn't say, hey, I know you're the Messiah. I've heard things about you. Okay, save me, and I know you can save my son. Or I know he just said, hey, save my son. I know you can do miracles. People are saying you're special. Okay, we see that. It was a limited faith. He believed that Christ could heal close by, but not long distance. Okay, he's asking Jesus to go where? He said, hey, come to my house and heal my son. Okay, he, again, showing this limited faith, saying, hey, I know you can do these cool, these miraculous things, so let's go to my house. Okay, if he had full faith, the man would have said, hey, can you just heal my son? He would have already known that Jesus could do anything. Okay, but so we see this limited faith. Okay, he believed Christ could heal his son. Again, not long distance. Okay, we see in Mark 5, verse 23. Mark 5 and verse 23. And again, you guys don't have to turn to it. There's a few different passages. I'll turn to it quickly. It says this. And besought him greatly, saying, My little daughter lieth at the point of death. I pray thee, come and lay thy hands on her, that she may be healed, and she shall live. Okay, so we see another example. Okay, that's in a different book, Mark chapter 5, verse 23. Okay, but we see another time someone coming to Jesus and say, hey, can you come to my house? Can you put your hands on my daughter and heal her? Right, again, showing limited faith. Believing in Jesus that he could heal, okay, but not just believing right at the moment. Say, hey, Jesus, can you just say the words? Can you just heal my daughter? Okay, so they showed faith, but a limited faith. Come to Christ. And he said, okay, we see in Mark chapter 5, verse 23, he said, My little daughter lies at the point of death. Please come and lay your hands on her. Okay, later on in John chapter 11, verse 21, okay, Martha too. Remember Mary and Martha? Okay, a lot of us have heard of Mary and Martha, yes. Okay, Martha too exclaimed that Lazarus would not have died if Jesus were present. Okay, so we see time and time again. Okay, those are already 3 references. If we look in the Bible, there would be a lot more. Okay, where people come to Jesus and touch him. Where they say, hey, you need to come see my relative or my dying friend. Heal them. Okay, so people show faith, but they're restricting it. They're showing a limited faith. Right? The Bible, Jesus loved Lazarus. That was a close friend of his. Right? That's the only time the Bible tells us what's the famous 2 words, shortest verse in the Bible. Jesus wept. Okay, but Martha's like, Jesus, so only you were here, you could have laid your hands on him and healed him. And Jesus is like, hey, Martha, if I wanted to heal him 3 days ago, I would have done it. Okay, but I'm here for a purpose now. Okay, to show you guys something, to teach you something. Okay, remember, he's not there to do the will of them, but the will of who? The will of his Father. Okay, although he did do a lot of things for a lot of people. Remember, it wasn't just for him to go around and, yeah, let me do this, let me do this. Okay, he's not a genie. Okay, although he can do everything. Okay, but he wasn't there just to do all these things for people. Okay, to save just the sick. He was there to save everyone's soul. To die on the cross for our soul. Okay, so we see these things in this nobleman's life. We try to control God's power by the limits of our faith. We even want to tell God how to do his work, right? Okay, who in here, with raise of hands, would say, I believe in God, and I know he can do everything? Just say, I know he can do everything. I believe that. I mean, if you don't, I'd love to show you. Okay, but I believe it. I believe God could do everything, but again, I'm included in this. How often, okay, do we not ask God for things? Okay, we don't really talk to him on a daily basis. Again, I'm just as guilty. How often do we not try to build that relationship with him or have faith in everything we do? But then say something big happens, they're like, hey, God, I need you. I need you again. Hey, I know it's been a while. I know I haven't really talked to you in a while, but I need you now. Okay, we show limited faith in our day-to-day lives. Man, God wants to be in the little things and the big things in our lives. He doesn't want to just come. Okay, when I actually need him, okay, I'll ask him. All right, the thing is, we should always, and the Bible tells us, we should always depend on Christ. Man, because Christ never fails you. We can have friends, we can have loved ones, we can have boyfriend, girlfriends, we can have wives, we can have mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, cousins, okay, our most trusted friends. But the thing is, men, all those people I just named, man, they're going to fail you. They really are. They're going to fail you at one time in your life, but you want to know who never fails you? Jesus. God, he'll never fail you. The Bible says he'll never forsake you, no matter what. He wants that relationship. He doesn't want you just, hey, I'm doing things I'm supposed to. I'm being good. Oh, I went to church. Oh, I read my Bible. I didn't really get any from it, but I read it. All right, let me pray a prayer for my food. Okay, he doesn't really want that. He wants you to actually have a real relationship with him. For it to be a heart-to-heart with God. He wants that with you. Okay, and we see that in these stories we see in the Bible. Okay, we must state no term to Jesus or the Lord. We must allow him to work in his own time, in his own way. Okay, we don't come and make the demands of Christ. We say, hey, God, I need you to do something great for me. And we need to trust in him that he'll do it in his way. Okay, like this nobleman that we're talking about, right? He came to Jesus and said, hey, come to my house, heal my son. Remember, he's asking his way. He didn't say, hey, Jesus, I don't know how you're going to do it, but can you please do this? Okay, like Martha, she comes to Jesus. Hey, Jesus, why weren't you here? You could have saved him. Hey, Martha. And we see later on, hey, Martha, I have a reason. It's not time yet. He gets to the place of Lazarus and heals him, shows a miracle. Okay, same thing with the daughter. Okay, the man said, lay your hands on her and she would be healed. Man, all they had to do was just have faith. Hey, Jesus, I know you can do this. Man, can you please do it for us? Man, I trust you in my day-to-day lives. I know you provide for us. Okay, that's the faith we should have. Don't limit your faith in God. Okay, always put it in him. Thirdly and lastly with the nobleman, and then quickly through the son, there's only a few things with him. Okay, thirdly, we see that he becomes a believer. We see he becomes a believer. Okay, in verses 50 through 53, verse 50 through 53, it says this. Let me pull it up again. Here we go. And Jesus saith unto him, go thy way, thy son liveth. And the man believed the word that Jesus had spoken unto him, and he went his way. And as he was now going down, his servants met him and told him, saying, thy son liveth. Then inquired he of them the hour he began to amend. And they said unto him, yesterday at the 7th hour the fever left him. All right, the man didn't forget. His faith was shooken a little bit. Right? The servant said, hey, your son's healed. You would think, okay, and a lot of us do this. All right, we ask God for something very important to us. He does it, and then what do a lot of us do after that? Again, we just forget about God. All right, thanks, God. See you later. Right? Again, I'm guilty just as much as you. I feel like a lot of times we do that. We ask God maybe for something very important. Maybe something came up. Hey, God, can you do this? All right, thanks. I'll talk to you next time I need you. Man, that's not how it's supposed to be. This man, instead of just running to his son right away and forgetting about Jesus, he's like, hey, what time was my son healed? And he said, hey, he was healed yesterday on the 7th hour. He's like, wow. That's exactly when Jesus said he would be healed. Remember, he didn't reflect his mind just now on his living son, but he reflected his mind, miracle, back on God. And we don't just see this nobleman's life change and this son that now lives life changed. We see in the Bible tells us who's changed. Who got changed from this miracle? The whole family. Remember at the end it said, now his whole family believeth. Okay, we see that in this man's life. Okay, sickness and death come to the young as well as the old. Too often, however, we shut our eyes to the plain facts and as though the young never die. Teenagers especially, okay, and young adults just like myself, okay, we are susceptible to this attitude. Okay, right? We all think, man, we're going to have a long life ahead of us, right? I'm the same way. I'm trying to plan 5, 10 years ahead. Man, but the Bible tells us we don't know the time. Everyone has an appointed time. Okay, so we have to make the most of today. Man, and again, I'm a planner. I like planning. So it's like, man, I got to plan this. I'm ready for next year because I want to do this and this. I'm ready for 5 years because I want to have a house and all these things, right? Do you guys plan? I don't know if you do. Hopefully you do. Okay? You will soon. Certainly those who are graduating. You will soon. Okay, but I like to plan. I like to save. Okay? But we need to not get too busy with planning in the future and spend our time in today. Focus on today. Learn what we can today, right now, right here. Okay, throughout this day, after school, at home, at work. Okay, learn what you can today. Focus on God today. Don't say, all right, God, Easter's coming up in a couple months. I'll be ready for you. Man, thank you for saving me. All right, I'm never going to thank you again for the rest of the year. I'll see you next year. All right? We got to focus on him daily. Man, thank you, God. Thank you for this awesome day. Thank you for life. Okay, thank you for protecting me through this time. All right, we need to think about God daily. Only other people, older people die, right? That's what we think sometimes. It's like comments like, oh, old people die. We don't die. Old people die. Okay, but that's not always true. And we see that maybe in some loved ones, family members, okay, friends. It's not them. Oh, it won't happen to me, right? I think this all the time. I don't even think about it. Miss Coral the other day was like, what happens if like you or me die? I was like, I don't know. I don't really think about it. She's like, is that a fear? I think you were talking to her about it. She's like, is that a fear? I was like, it's never been a fear of mine because I'm not thinking about it. I'm not thinking about when am I going to die, right? And we shouldn't. But the fact is, it could happen at any moment. It really could. Doesn't matter how healthy you are. Okay? It doesn't matter how good your health is and your organs. Okay? It can happen at any time. But sometimes young people, we pass away. Okay, so remember, the first that was ever dug on the earth was for a young man. Okay? Who was that young man? Who was it? It was Abel. It was Abel. Okay, so we see that, right? The first man that died was Abel. Do you think he was ready to die? Do you think he was thinking, man, my brother is going to kill me because he's jealous, because God likes my offering and he doesn't like his? Do you think that was done in his mind? Man, no. The answer is no. The Bible doesn't say, but I promise you it was no. Okay? He wasn't thinking about his death, but it happened. Okay? And we see that in his life. All right, we only have a few more minutes, so let's go through the son quickly. The son, okay, was not exempted from suffering by age, and we've already talked about that. Sickness and death come to young people as well as old too often. Okay, we already talked about it. Who was that young man? Abel was the first man to die. He was young. The first person to die was not a grandfather or a father. It was the son. In the words of the pastor portrayed in the classic movie Polania, I don't even know what that is, never even heard of it. Okay, but it says this quote, death comes unexpectedly. Okay, and we see that in the Bible. I've already said the term. Okay, our life is but a vapor. The Bible tells us it's but a vapor. The headline of this recently issued Associated Press story read this: sister, wife, 2 children killed in freak accident. Right? On the news, we see stories like this. Crazy things happening. Okay, just like me, maybe you guys do too. I'm like, man, that's crazy. But never in my mind, I'm like, oh, that could happen to me. I'm just like, man, that's crazy. That never happened to me, though. Right? I don't know if you guys have ever done that. I'm like, man, that happened to them? Man, that never happened to me. I'm not that stupid. Okay, obviously it's an accident. They're not stupid. Okay, it's an accident. Okay, but that's what happens in my mind. I'm like, that never happened to me. Okay, that's not real. Okay, we see these things happen. The church in India, wife and 3 children, when a tree suddenly fell on their car. Okay, that's pretty sudden, right? You're just driving on a street. Do you really think when you're driving in your mind, oh no, better watch out for these trees, okay? Better watch out for these trees. If you live by a mountain, gotta be careful, right? Just driving on the street or down the street or by the church and a pine tree falls on you. Okay, we're not expecting that. That would be a sudden death. All right? Total fatality. All right? But we see these crazy things happening. No wind, no rain, no snow in the story of this pastor and his wife and his children dying. Nothing that could explain what had caused the tree to fall. No skid marks were on the road, so they obviously had no idea. Okay, they weren't swerving. They didn't see it coming and then try to get out of the way. It was just like that, and they were gone. Okay, the story reported that in his sermon, his last sermon before he died, the day before the accident, the pastor had told his congregation that if he had died the next day, he would be ready and excited to go to heaven. Kind of crazy, right? His last message, he said, hey, it'd be crazy. Okay, but the thing is, if it happened, I'd be ready to see my Lord. Again, because his mind wasn't on these things here on earth. It was on God. He's like, man, I know I'm doing my part. I know I have a good relationship with God. If I go, I'm ready. Okay, he probably wasn't old if he had 2 young children, maybe late 30s, early 40s maybe. Okay, he probably wasn't that old. Okay, but we see these things. Okay, little did he know that it was going to be his day, the day following. Little crazy. Okay, are we ready to pass? Each of us, regardless of our age, should be prepared to die at any moment. Again, the Bible tells us our life is but a vapor. Okay, so what are you doing with your day today? And it all starts, hey, do you know Christ as your Savior? That's a good way to start. Okay, do you know that? If you do, what are you doing with the truth that you're being told? Are you just taking it and like, all right, that's a good truth, forget about it? Are you saying, man, I can learn that and try to apply it to my life? Again, we've been talking about how Jesus was, the 2 words I said about this lesson, he was what? And we need to be close, but soul conscious. But yes, spiritual or soul conscious of others. All right, we see this, how Jesus was like that, and we're supposed to be like that as well. All right, we do have our quiz tomorrow, distant learners, so hopefully you'll be ready for that. It is over this lesson 12. If you have any questions, let me know. But that is the end of the lesson. We will see you tomorrow. just going to use this for now. Alright, we're just going to use the camera. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Shut up. No, I'm just kidding. Alright, we're sorry for about that. Okay, couldn't get it working for some reason. Not working either. What in the world? Dude, what is going on? Were the government slides up on the TV? Well, why aren't they up here? My goodness. Alright. Teacher only. Screen a teacher. Sorry, just learners, give me a second. We are having some technical difficulties. This should work. Boom. Got it. Alright, there we go. I got it working. Oh my god. What happened now? There we go. I don't know what happened. Alright, I finally got it. Thank you for bearing with me, although I'm sure you guys didn't even care. I heard you talking, doing whatever you want. Alright, make sure all the games, phones are put away. The two ladies over there that like to be on their devices, put them away. So that's fast. Alright, we don't have a lot of stuff to do today, but we do have some, so let's get through them. There's not a lot of time either, so that's good for you guys. Okay, we're going to pray real quick, and then we'll do some notes. How about that? Okay, air prayer requests. We have Emma, grandfather, surgery tomorrow. Grandmother still recovering. Unspoken still. I also still have an unspoken. It's not a good situation for my friend, so pray for that. His name is Adam. Adam Freeze, but it's spelled fries. Yeah. Yeah, he's just struggling right now, so pray for him if you could. Okay, let's pray, unless there's any other prayer requests. Anyone else know? Dear Father, I thank you for this day. Thank you for the beautiful weather you've given us this week, Lord. Thank you for the ability to be able to be here at school and have the opportunity to have live stream for those who maybe are uncomfortable or aren't feeling well. Please help them at home to make sure they're staying up with their studies. Hopefully they're all doing well, Lord. As we're praying for them, missing them, hopefully they can come back, as that would be nice. Please help all students here also for them to continue, for the seniors, Lord, to finish strong, and to be able to start preparing and be ready for the future, whatever it may be, whether it's school or job occupation they want to get into. Please help them, give them strength and wisdom, and wherever they go. Please help me to be able to help them get there, whether it's just a relationship, whether it's just encouragement, prayer, class, whatever I have, please help me be able to help them with that. Also, please help some special prayer requests, Lord. Please help Kylie's unspoken, Lord. As you know all of our hearts and our thoughts, Lord. Please help my unspoken. As my friend's going through a tough time, please help him. Also, please help Emma as her family. Maybe they're a little worried, Lord, and they just need a little bit extra strength. Please help us to be there for them, to carry their burden for them, Lord, with the surgery coming up, the stress that may come in that. Please give the doctor wisdom and guidance to be able to do his job well. Please help our grandfather have strength through that, for all of us to continue praying for them. Please bless this short time that we had for history class to get a few things done. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. All right, we do have a few notes to get through, but not too many, so we'll get through that quickly. Might have a little homework, maybe not. We'll see. Okay, so hoods off. It is time to start waking up, Emma. It's time. Alright, the first few are going to be dealing with these lower state courts that we talked about yesterday. What are the lower state courts? Come on, we talked about it yesterday.
South part of states.
No. What was it? We talked about it yesterday. Esther? Okay, that's part of it. That is part of it. The Justice of Peace courts is right up there on the screen. Okay. That's not a bad answer. We did talk about these 4 basic things.
Michelle tried to take the easy way out on that. Okay, we'll talk about here a little bit more. Okay, lower state courts. I thought maybe you guys would know a little more. That's okay. We can't talk about all of it yet. I was just curious. Okay, we did have the Justice of Peace courts. We talked about that yesterday, primarily in small towns, rural areas, not really the cities. Okay, we also have magistrate or police courts. Okay, do you guys have blanks on any of these, or is it just the title? All right. Just want to make. I didn't know how long they were in the notes. I can't remember. Okay, the magistrate or police courts, which are located in. I'm not sure if that's the right word. Sparsely populated urban areas. Yeah, it is. They are similar to the Justice of Peace courts and are presided over by an elected judge or magistrate. He hears minor cases without a jury. Basically this magistrate, okay, he's like that judge, but he doesn't need jury. He's just like, hey, I make the call. I'm good on these ones then. We have the municipal courts, which have replaced magistrate and police courts in many large urban areas. These, or they have a broader jurisdiction, are usually presided over by judges who are trained lawyers. Okay, so these aren't just normal magistrate, okay, but actual legal lawyer. Okay, in many large cities, municipal courts are organized into specialized divisions, such as traffic courts. Okay, so you go to this court for traffic violation. Okay, you go to this court for domestic relation courts, small claim courts, probate courts, and juvenile courts. Okay, those are all the different divisions. You don't really need to know that completely, but just know what municipal courts deal with different sections. Okay, we have special small claim courts. Okay, these courts, again, all dealing with those lower courts, these help people collect small sums of money allegedly due to them. They make it possible for a citizen to collect a small claim without the heavy expense of filing a suit in a regular court of law. Yes, ma'am. Small sum of money? I guess it's all different perspective. It ranges. They say small sum, meaning not like large amounts, so like hundreds of thousands or millions or stuff like that. You know what I mean? So yeah, it could be anywhere from like it's true. It could be that low, or it could be like a couple thousand. Yeah, it's just something smaller. Okay, nothing like a large sum of money. Again, that is obviously different perspective. So I can't give you like, hey, it's this. You know what I mean? Minor would be maybe a better word that help you with that. Anything that's minor. If there's a minor thing, if your whole house burned, probably not. Or destroyed or something. Alright, we also have these different courts. We have general trial courts, which are courts of record. Okay, they have a transcript that is made of the trial proceeding. Okay, they have a broad jurisdiction and deal with both criminal and civil cases. Okay, they generally have original jurisdiction. In some cases, they have appellate jurisdiction. Okay, what is original and appellate jurisdiction? I mean, it's good that you asked. Let you guys finish this out. It's good that you asked. Thank you for asking. Thank you for asking.
What is original?
Original jurisdiction is when a case. Sad face. When a case is being tried for the first time. I said when the case is being tried for the first time. Okay, that's an original jurisdiction. Okay, there's not much of a difference. Okay, but here's the difference. The appellate jurisdiction is when a case is being appealed from a lower court. There's a little bit of difference. Thank you for asking, Noah. Thank you for asking. Okay, in regards to these cases, or the facts of these cases, in regards to the facts of the cases, the decision of a general trial court usually is final. However, questions of law which arise from the case may be appealed to a higher court. Okay, so say a minor case is going on. Alright, you have these different things come up, and then something like big comes up. It's like, oh, that's a bigger problem than we really anticipated. Alright, Like, let's just say maybe it was a theft. But then we find out in the stealing or whatever, okay, a murder happened. It's like, ooh, that's a little bit bigger problem. All right, and they didn't know it originally, maybe during the court, but then it comes out, the facts back it up. Okay, then it would be given to a higher court. Does that make sense? That'd be more of a simple example. Okay, but with these courts, obviously we have the people that run them. Who runs courts? Judges. Judges are the most often popularly elected, although in some states they are appointed. Okay, sometimes these are not always lawyers. Okay, sometimes these are people that hold a high position, that are considered honest. They have to swear an oath. Okay, and they're appointed. But in most states, okay, that's why it says popular. They're usually, okay, elected into their office. Okay, but sometimes in some states, some areas, they are appointed. They usually serve a term of 4 or 6 years. It's supposed to be nice today for practice, Emma. That's a good thing. 72 degrees. Okay, some people that help out the judges. Does anyone know? There's like too many people that help out the judge. Not quite. Anyone know? You never seen like Judge Judy? Yeah. I mean, it's not like I watch it, but I know at least know what it is. What's the other ones? There's multiple ones. Yeah, you have one. What's that guy's name called? All right, we're gonna talk about that. First, we have the court clerk. Okay, this is usually like the person that's sitting by them, like writing like everything or typing everything. You know what I'm talking about? You have the court clerk. They keep the court's records. Okay, to say everything is true and that it was said. Okay, everything that was said. These people have to be very accurate, whether they're typing, writing, whatever they're doing. Oh yeah, they're quick. These people are very fast. Oh, these people are very skilled in the art of typing or whatever they're using. Okay, we also have the other thing Noah was trying to think of, the bailiff. Okay, this is the police officer for the court. You know that big guy that's just standing there like, alright, that's the bailiff. Just standing there, looking smug. In reference to Judge Judy again, it's not like I watch it, but most people at least know who she is. Okay, we have a picture just for fun. Look at the smug look. Look at him. He's just like, oh, you're going down. You're going down. That's what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? He's just giving them that smolder look. And then the camera guy's like, oh my gosh, look at that guy. They found me out. Alright. It's the cameraman. I'll have to have correct grammar. Okay. I'm like the grammar teacher. That's her job to correct me. I'm just kidding. I correct her all the time. Because you have like speaking lingo.
Oh, yeah.
And like when you play basketball, no offense, I'm not being racist, but like a lot of people are ghetto. Like they talk ghetto. I'm not saying they are ghetto. They just talk ghetto. It's basketball lingo. So it's part of me now. Alright, we have intermediate appellate courts. Okay, the third level of court in most states. Okay, they are often called courts of appeals. Wow, imagine that. Appellate courts, these intermediate appellate courts are called courts of appeal. Okay, that one should be easier to remember. The judges are either popularly elected or appointed, just like the other ones. And they usually serve terms of 6 or 8 years, so a little bit longer in these ones. Okay, but same concept, they're either elected or appointed. It's good to see all the distant learners, Jake, Grace, Christian. Okay, sorry I didn't say hi earlier, but hello. Sorry, Christian, that you shaved off your, what did you call it? Your mutton chops.
Oh my gosh, these are so weird. Funny.
Keep the stash, man. Keep the stash.
Yes.
No, guys, no, if you look
What's the
gross.
picture of this?
Hold up. I have a picture on the Discord. Ew, no, it's gross. It's gross.
Alright, while you pull it up, I'm going to keep on going. An appellate court does not normally concern itself with the facts of a case. Okay, you need to know that. That's important. Okay, interpreted, and applied by a lower court. Okay, so their job, the lower court's job is to go over the facts of the case and everything. So awful.
It's horrible.
Okay, but this appellate court's job was not to go over all the facts. Okay, that was the lower court's job. All right, the appellate court's job, the intermediate appellate court's job, was to go over and make sure the lower court is doing their job. Okay, does that make sense? They're not going over every minor detail, but they're going over everything that was reported to them from the lower courts. Okay, and again, this brings us to our next court. What was our next court? Remember the four basic claims? Yes, the state's Supreme Court. Okay, this is the top of the state's judicial system. Okay, also known as, or AKA, also known as, okay, in some states as the Court of Appeals. Okay, this one can also be called the Court of Appeals sometimes, only in a few states. Okay, Supreme Judicial Courts or Supreme Court of Appeals. Okay, usually it's called those last two, Supreme Judicial Courts and Supreme Court of Appeals, so there's no confusion, but this one may also be called Court of Appeals. That's just on a side note. Probably don't need to know that, but it is in there. Okay, the justices are usually appointed by the governor, but can be chosen by the voters or by the legislator in some states. Again, it's a little bit different in each state. So again, these ones are on a higher scale. They're not just appointed by anyone. The governor appoints these people, or they can be elected by voters or the legislator in some states. Okay, the state Supreme Court does not. Okay, the state Supreme Court does not conduct trials. Okay, again, you need to know that they do not conduct trials. Okay, but rather it hears appeals and reviews cases from lower states. Okay, justices must sometimes decide whether to uphold a state law or to declare it unconstitutionally. Or unconstitutional, sorry. Okay, basically, in summary, so if you guys are done with this note, you have a nice, easy, short note next. And then I believe we only have a few more, or a couple more, and we are done. Okay, but basically, in summary, for the state Supreme Courts, okay, everyone good on this one? Okay, it is generally a court of last resort. Okay, again, this is the highest one. It is the court of last resort. Okay, just a couple more that go with these courts. Okay, obviously with a lot of courts, you also have a group of people that assist courts. A jury. We've talked about juries before, but we need to note again because it is in this chapter as well. Again, remember a lot of stuff we're talking about this chapter. We should already be a little bit familiar with it because they're same terms as we've heard on the federal side of it. Okay, their jobs are a little bit different. Okay, a jury is a group of people selected to ascertain the truth on the basis of evidence presented to them. I was almost on a jury. Okay, but because I was a citizen of Michigan, theoretically, actually, I still am. Okay, and then I was at college. One time they sent a jury duty to college, but then I was on Christmas break in Michigan, so I didn't see it. And then I got back to college like 2 weeks later, and then it was like I was late or whatever, but it was like, hey, I'm in college here, blah, 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 so I got swiped from it. One of my friends, she was in one for like, it lasted like 3 months. Like a crazy case about like a kid being killed in his house or something. But that wasn't, it was one of those stories where that wasn't the original case, but then it ended up being that. So see, something small happened and then something big happened. It was crazy, but that kind of takes up all your time. It's crazy to think about, like your work, she had school, she's becoming a nurse. It's crazy. also have what is on the stage, okay, a witness, okay, which is the people that specifically aid the judicial process by testifying under oath about what he or she has seen and heard in regard to a particular case. Okay, that is where we're going to end today. We have about 3 minutes left of class. Okay, for homework, tomorrow we're going to talk about like counties and some other stuff inside of states. Yes, ma'am. A quiz tomorrow. You know what? I'm going to be kind to you guys and not do a quiz tomorrow. Okay, but be ready. We will have a quiz next week, probably on Tuesday. Probably review on Monday, have a quiz on Tuesday. Alright? Give you guys a Friday off. I'm not going to do a quiz every time. Alright, but for homework. As it's loading up, give it a second. I want that. I want this. There we go. For homework. Let me make sure this is right. You know, my lesson plans have been wrong before. It says page 213. I don't believe you guys did that one. Page 213, you're only doing the first half, okay, because we're going to cover that tomorrow. Okay, so 213, questions 1 through 4. Okay, discipliners, hopefully you got that. We're doing page 213, section 5 review of chapter 11, questions 1 through 4. Okay, these ones are pretty easy. Like the first one's literally name the largest unit of local government. That's our first note of tomorrow. Okay, it's in bold, right there in the beginning of the reading. Alright, and the other ones are, another one, name 3 important elected officials. Okay, real easy homework. Should be able to get that done. Make sure you turn in everything. You guys have been doing a great job this semester. A lot better than last. Okay, keep up the good work. Let me know if you guys have any questions. We will see you tomorrow. You guys have any questions in here?
that's not right.
Seriously, like, give you a cup and like a wire to put yourself in the battery.
All right, check 1, 2. All right, I think we're good. As I just whack on the mic. All right, welcome to chemistry. Give me just a minute here, guys. I am getting things figured out. Let's see here. I'll zoom it in for you guys. I'll be nice. Why can't I see the... this is annoying. Let me just see the canvas. Really? Come on. All right, that's going to be as good as that gets. Because, oh, goodness. Rip. All right, I'm stuck presenting on my iPad today, so you may notice some weirdness. Is what it is. All right, let's get started. We're in chemistry. You need to get out your supplements and your textbooks. We are on, oh, right, my textbook is digital, and I usually use my iPad. We're on chapter 12. I swear, one of these days, tech will just work. All right. We're in chapter 12. We're talking about solutions and colloids. If you felt like we were behind this year, let me just kind of explain that. Remember, we did 7, 8, and 9 right after 1 and 2. So we're actually on chapter 12 because 10 and 11 get split up. We've been working on chapter 10. We'll work on chapter 11 once we get there. But for now, we're in chapter 12. So again, get out chapter 12. I'm working on it. We're on page 199 in your textbook, page 103 in your supplements. And we'll get started here. Does that... Nope, that's not what I want. Where's Keynote? All right, I'm seeing if this will work. If not, oh well. Nope, okay, whatever. All right, chapter 12, solutions and colloids. Let's get into this. Okay, those aren't going to work with a mask. So let's get going here. All right. First of all, oh, right, yeah. First things first, actually, all that. We're starting out with a video. So, distance learners will be right back. Oh, my word. All right, we are back. Let's go ahead and get started with 12.1. First of all, first thing we need to talk about is dissolve. Actually, before I even get into that, let's do the intro of the chapter. Solutions and colloids all around us, abound all around us, there we go, and even within us. The air we breathe is a gaseous solution that may, under certain circumstances, be a colloidal suspension of solid particles, such as smoke, or water droplets, such as fog. When it's fog, that's actually what's happening, is it's a colloid, and you're like, I don't know what a colloid is, just bear with me. Okay, basically what happens is you have individual water droplets being suspended in the air. Okay, so that's a colloid. Okay, don't worry about it, we'll get to it. Smoke is solid particles of ash being suspended in the air. That's what they are. So it's not a full mixture, but it's a colloid. And again, I know I keep saying that word. It's to get it locked in your brain. We'll talk about it in section 4. All right, but before we do that, we want to talk about solutions. The vast oceans of the world are complex solutions of many ions and molecules. The gelatin you may have for dessert or in a salad. Who puts Jell-O in salad? You know what? I'm out. Is both an aqueous solution of sugar, flavoring, and food color, and a colloidal suspension of the protein gelatin. The billions of cells in your body are bathed in an aqueous environment that is both a solution of ions and molecules, and a colloidal suspension of large protein molecules and fat globules. That sounds fun. The interior of the cell is similarly both a solution and a colloid. Substances pass into and out of the cell based largely on their differing concentrations on either side of the cell membrane. A study of solutions and colloids is essential to a better understanding and increased awareness of the processes occurring in and around us. So in biology, oh goodness, last year or 2 years ago or whenever it was for you, it was that long ago? It's a 9th or 10th grade class. Okay, anyway. Sure. Anyway, in biology, you learned all these things about the cells. Well, that's because of what we're going to learn in this chapter. Okay, solutions and colloids. Okay? If you drop a lump of sugar into a glass of water, the sugar gradually disappears. It dissolves. Or if your experience is anything like mine, it sits there stubbornly no matter how much you start until you heat up the water. Okay? Dissolve means to cause to pass into solution. Examination of a drop of this water under a high-power microscope will reveal no particles of sugar. You won't see little sugar crystals in the water. You will just see water, okay? Because the sugar gets completely suspended. It consists of only one phase because the molecules of solute and solvent are mixed throughout. A mixture of sugar and water is homogeneous, the same throughout, and is said to be a solution. A solution is a homogeneous mixture of two or more substances. In this case, the water is the substance that does the dissolving and is the solvent, and sugar is the substance dissolved and is the solute. Okay? So a solution is just a homogeneous mixture, means it's the same everywhere throughout, of two or more substances. Solvent does the dissolving, solute is dissolved. Okay? You might hear someone grabbing a solvent. You don't hear the word solute a lot. Okay? That's how you know it's the one that's getting dissolved, because no one cares about it. Okay, anyway. In some cases, such as in solutions of two liquids, it may be difficult to decide which substance dissolves which. Under these circumstances, the substance present in the smaller amount is the solute, and the substance present in the larger amount is the solvent. In other words, his example on the video was with hydrogen peroxide and water. Well, which one's doing the dissolving? Well, there's so little hydrogen peroxide and so much water, we know water does the dissolving. If we flipped it and had a bunch of hydrogen peroxide and a little bit of water, hydrogen peroxide would be doing the dissolving. When it's two liquids like that, it's whichever one there's more of, that's the solvent. Okay? Does that make sense? Huh? Oh, same amounts? Good luck. All right. I don't know what else to tell you. If it's even, it's a mixture. Anyway, I have no idea. All right, there are 7 types of solution. Those are on table 12.1 on page 200 in your textbook. You can have a gas and a gas, a liquid and a gas. Basically, they combine all the combinations. For example, the air that you breathe is a gas and gas solution. The carbonated beverage, you know, if you drink pop or soda, I've unfortunately had to be converted to pop because my kids don't understand what soda means because my wife won that war. Anyway, my wife says pop. She's a northerner. Or she was. Well, she's a Californian at heart. We're not getting into that. Anyway, so my wife has always said pop, so my kids ask for pop. They don't ask for soda. If I ask them if they want soda, they look at me like I'm speaking a foreign language. So yeah, anyway, regardless of what you call it, that stuff, that's a gas in liquid solution, okay, how the carbon dioxide works, and so on. Now, substances that are in the same phase, that are completely soluble in each other in all proportions, is called miscible. So if you mix ethanol and water, you get that infinitely miscible. No matter how much ethanol you add, no matter how much water you add, it'll be fine. You can have partially miscible, where they kind of mix, but not really. You get water saturated with bromine, bromine saturated with water, but there's still kind of a clear separation. If you've ever done an experiment with two liquids and you get one kind of on top of each other, but the colors have merged, okay, that's what's happening. It's partially miscible, but there's a limit. And then there's immiscible. CCl4, what's that? Say what? Yeah. Okay, okay. I thought it had a common name. Carbon oh my word. Carbon tetrachloride. Okay. On the other hand, will not even like remotely touch water. It's like oil. Okay, if you try to mix oil and water, they're going to end up completely immiscible. Okay, so there's that scale that we have there. So let's talk about the solution process, though. Yeah, I'm going to skip that. Actually, if it will work, I will use it. Nope, it's not going to let me. I had to convert my PDF to Keynote to work on the iPad, so it's been a fun morning. All right, anyway. So solvated is an ion or molecule surrounded by solvent. Hydrated is used for water. Because water is such a common solvent, it gets its own terminology. Okay, so in this case, if you look in your book on page 200, because that's where the diagram is, basically that's a salt crystal, a table salt crystal in water. And the reason why the salt disappears is because you get water surrounding an ion, pulling it completely away from all the other ions. Water grabbing an ion, pulling that completely away, and so on. Okay, that's what's happening. And so because this is water, we would say that each of those ions is hydrated. Okay, we could also say it's solvated, but with water we use hydrated because it's a lot easier to say. All right, solvation, not salvation, solvation. Okay, does matter. Vowels. All right, anyway, this is the process of surrounding an ion or a molecule with solvent. Again, we use hydration for water. And finally, dissociation is a separation of ions from each other that occurs when they are solvated. This is called ionization of molecular compounds that form ions in solution. So you might, for example, the crystal there is being dissociated, but if we had molecular compounds that ionize, then we call it ionization. Oh, man. Example there is sugar. Sugar molecules do that. So they get ionized. Cool. Factors, go away. Factors affecting solution rate. Stirring is one thing that you can do to speed up the process, okay? If you've ever added sugar to your coffee or your tea, you probably stirred it afterward. That's because left to itself, it's going to take forever for that sugar to get where it needs to go, and then you'll get it all at the end. And that's kind of gross. All right, so, because you're stuck drinking it, like, completely unsweetened until the very end, and then you get all the sugar. So, yeah. Yeah, there's a reason why I stick with artificial sweeteners, especially for cold drinks, because they'll actually dissolve in cold. But anyway, not that I can recommend them because I know what they do to you. Moving on. Stirring brings more solute particles into contact with solvent molecules and moves solvated solute particles away from the undissolved solute. So it gets the stuff that's already dissolved out of the way and brings into contact more ready stuff that can help keep dissolving. Okay, that's what it's doing. All right, the only time I personally have ever seen a sugar cube anymore has actually been in a chemistry lab, where we actually did this as a demonstration. I actually don't even know where you would buy them, okay? Like, I'm assuming they would have them at Walmart? I don't know. But most of the time we use the ground sugar, right? The particles of sugar. There's a reason, because crushing or grinding a solute into small particles hastens its dissolution due to the increased surface area. That's why if you get a clump of salt in your food, you notice it, because it can't dissolve. That and just, it's a clump of salt. If you have a clump of sugar, it takes forever to stir in, Okay, this is why. So if you notice a clump of something, break it up first, then put it in, then stir. That'll actually speed things up quite a bit. Again, this stuff kind of makes sense, but just discussing it. So help me. No, we're good. I think that was an old message. I better double check my phone. Hold on. Oh my word. Work, you stupid passcode. All right. No, we're good. Okay. I just want to make sure. I still had it. I didn't mark it red, so I wasn't sure if it was new or old. Anyway. If we increase the temperature, if you heat it up, we can increase the kinetic energy of the solvent and solute particles and will generally hasten the solution process. We say generally. There are exceptions. There are exceptions where it'll actually slow it down. So know your stuff that you're working with. Huh? I don't have one. I just know it happens. I can't remember what the chemicals are. Let me give you an illustration of that increasing the temperature one. I used to work in the kitchen at college. And you guys know this. I keep telling you guys all the burn stories. But one of the things that we would do there that I didn't know you could do but makes perfect sense in hindsight, like, is make your own syrup. Had no idea, okay? And all it is, syrup is literally sugar water. Emphasis on the sugar. Okay, so we would get 1.5 gallons of water. Okay, that's not a lot of water in an industrial environment. And a 50-pound bag of sugar and mix the two. But the trick was you had to get the water to boil first, otherwise that sugar wasn't going anywhere and you were going to get a clumpy mess. So we had a speed burner kind of thing that we called them braising pans. They're these giant industrial, like, you guys know how you guys have like the Dutch oven you'll make pasta in? Okay, that times like a lot. All right, so except like bathtub size. Okay, that's what we're talking about here. We had one that was faster than the other two, so we used that one for this. Okay, and seriously, I'm not exaggerating. Like, you could probably fit in there. I wouldn't recommend it. All right, anyway, so we would pour 1.5 gallons in there, bring it to a boil, and then instantly, and this would take 2 people because it's a 50-pound bag of sugar. One of us would be holding it, the other person would stab it with a knife, carefully, and then get it all in there, and you just whisk it like crazy until everything was dissolved and shut it off as fast as possible so you didn't burn the sugar, okay? When it cooled, you had syrup, but you couldn't dissolve it while it was cold because water can't hold that much sugar. Okay, so here's where the interesting part comes in. At that point, we call it supersaturated, and that might actually be a term I'll talk about later, I can't remember. But we call it supersaturated. It's holding more sugar than it normally can at that temperature. Okay, because we let it cool. And we let it cool calmly. And we have to get it into, actually no, first we have to get it into pans, then we let it cool. That's right, I forgot about that. You have to get it in the pans like right away. Because like any bumping of it, you can form sugar crystals and have to redo the whole thing. It's a pain. All right, so we get it all in these pans, put it on this cart. And then it would cool, yay. And then we'd have to cover it because you can't just leave open pans of syrup in, no. So we'd cover it and then put it over by the line that's got the waffles and the pancakes and stuff for the next morning. But you had to be super careful because if you even hit a bump wrong with one of those wheels, all those pans would instantly become like crystallized sugar that's moist because it would suddenly pop out of solution. Because it was so super saturated. We did add a little maple flavoring in there, by the way. I forgot about that. Yeah, it's not real. No. Anyway, it was imitation maple flavoring too. But anyway, it was fine. It was sugar water. Let's be honest about it, okay? So that's the thing I remember about it. So you can dissolve more, but then it may or may not stay in solution once it cools. You have to be really careful. And so I think it's only happened like a couple times where like someone had bumped it wrong. And like they had to redo the whole thing, but I'd heard enough stories about it that I didn't want to be the one to do it. So, yeah. Anyway, sorry, that has nothing to do with anything other than increasing the temperature increases how much you can put inside a solution. Because, yeah, 50 pounds of sugar to 1.5 gallons of water. That was the ratio. That was that was a lot. Also, because it's Florida, and you got to remember, Pensacola is essentially southern Alabama as far as its position. Like, Florida just takes part of Alabama. I'm not sure why. Because the panhandle. Anyway, so we were actually in Central Time. Like, seriously, like, it's southern Alabama. So we're in the south. So sweet tea is a big thing there, okay? So you'd have to mix the sugar into the tea while it was still hot right after brewing, or else it wouldn't dissolve for the same reasons. However, that one was significantly less. I think that one was, oh, my wife would know. She did that more than I did. It's absurd, though. I think it's like a cup and a half of sugar for every gallon of tea. Yeah. There's a reason why this stuff ain't healthy for you. All right, moving on. I'm out. All right, solvent-solute interactions. Let's get back to the topic at hand instead of me doing side stories. Yeah, I'm sure you guys don't mind. But that's practical chemistry for you there, cooking. What makes oil and water miscible and oil and gasoline miscible? Whether a given solute will dissolve in a given solvent depends on solvent-solvent attractions, solute-solute attractions, and solvent-solute attractions. And you're like, Mr. S, what? Okay, look. We got to look at how much things attract themselves and then how much they'll attract each other. It's not just whether or not they'll attract each other. It's does their attraction for each other overcome the attraction they have for themselves. Okay, and that sounds like super narcissistic, but it's chemistry, so it's fine. All right, so that's kind of what's going on here. So we end up with this situation here that we need to deal with. And so this is really what we're talking about. So for a solute to dissolve in a solvent, such as in figure 12.2 or something like that, solvent molecules must be separated from each other so that they can surround or solvate the solute particles. In addition, the solute particles must be separated from each other if they are to become part of the solution. If the interactions between solvent and solute are not strong enough to overcome the attractions between solvent molecules and between solute particles, solution will not occur to any significant extent. This is why oil and water don't mix. It's not that they don't like each other. It's they like themselves so much more. Okay? You may have noticed, you guys may have seen like a power couple, where both of them are like, both are extremely driven, and you'll notice the relationship never works. Okay? With a few exceptions. The reason is they like themselves more than they like each other. Okay? It's the same reason. Answer. What? I can't. What about cohesion? Yes, it's part of it. There's more to it than that, but yes. For example, oil is composed of nonpolar molecules held together by London forces, whereas water is composed of polar molecules held together by hydrogen bonds. The attraction between water molecules is so strong that even when oil and water mix vigorously, the water molecules are soon pulled back together into the same phase, and the oil molecules are excluded. In other words, it's not even that they don't like oil, it's, no, give me back my bonds. Where's my friend? Where is he? And so they don't meet anyone new. It's kind of one of those situations. And so the new people kind of get shoved out into their own group. Okay? It's one of those situations. In contrast, gasoline and oil are both composed of nonpolar molecules, so it's fine. Let me see here. A solution occurs because solute and solvent molecules mix randomly, entropy increases. Okay, and that's the idea. It's going to increase entropy, okay, when you have a solution. So, long story short, like dissolves like. That's how this works. So polar molecules will dissolve polar substances. Nonpolar molecules will dissolve nonpolar substances. And if you want to know what stuff will dissolve in water, look at table 12.2 on page 202. Actually, I have it there on page 104 too. I forgot I copied that one. All right, it's on page 104 of your supplement. So basically, here's a general guideline. Substances are soluble if their solubility is greater than 1 gram per 100 grams of water, slightly soluble if it's between 0.1 grams and 1 gram, and then insoluble if it's less than 0.1 gram per 100 grams of water. Okay, and that's if we're talking about in water. Okay, and then again, solubility rules for ionic compounds in water. This slide is not here for me to go through. This slide is here for you guys to have it in your supplement. So you guys have that chart, and that is the end of 12.1, which is good because the bell just rang. Real quick with that, the way this chart works, okay, and I actually have this on there. You go in order. So you look at rule 1. As soon as you find something that works, you stop checking. You don't go through the rest of the chart. It's go until true. If nothing's true, then it's false. Okay? Does that make sense? So you go until you find either the scenario that applies that tells you it's false, or you've gone through the whole table and nothing has applied. Okay? That's how you figure out solubility. But beyond that, we'll get into 12.2 tomorrow. Real quick. Nope, that's it. That's where I'm going to leave it. All right, I'll see you guys later. Yes? Huh? Remind me tomorrow.
Check, check, 1, 2. All right. We're going to go ahead and get started today. We're going to be on page 196, section 7.3, stretching the clothing budget. Stretching the clothing budget. The clothing article that costs less is not always the better buy. When buying clothes, consider the cost, the fiber or fibers used to make the garment, the quality of the stitching, and particularly the garment, the practicality of the garment, okay? So, make sure you're looking at all the options when you're looking at your buying your clothing, okay, guys? If you're going to go buy a suit, make sure that you're looking at different stuff with it. How often are you going to wear it? I mean, it'd be great if you could go buy a tux, but how often are you going to really go buy it? Wear the tux? Is it better off for just to go ahead and buy a black suit because you're going to wear that more? Cost of the garment involves not only the purchase price, but also the cost of the upkeep, such as dry cleaning. The clothing label must state the cleaning instructions. Okay, so when you go buy an article of clothing, make sure you look at the cleaning instructions for it, okay? There's nothing worse than to buy a shirt that you really, really like, and then come to find out the only way to clean that shirt is dry clean only. Okay? You're not going to be able to go or you're going to have to go and get that cleaned every time you wear that shirt. Okay? It's not like you can just go throw it in the washing machine to get it clean. You actually have to take it to the dry cleaner, wait a couple days, go pick it back up. That takes time and money. You can't just throw it in a normal load of laundry. The labels must state the fibers or fibers in the material. For example, a label on a skirt may read 5% wool, 40% acrylic, and 55% Orlon. The label might also indicate or identify the percent of the garment that is likely to shrink. The fibers have been sanforized. The maximum shrinkage will be 1%. Garments that have a loose, rough, or uneven stitch will not last as long or look neat. Check the stitching around collars, hemlines, buttonholes, and seams to see if it is tight and neat. Check buttons to be sure they are securely attached. Garments that will be worn only once or very rarely are not practical for a small clothes budget, okay? Like I said with the example of the suit, okay? If you only have a budget of a couple $100 and you need to go buy a suit, it's more practical for you to actually get a suit and not a tuxedo. Okay? Girls, if you're going to go buy a dress, okay, and you only have a budget of a couple $100, it's better to go and buy a more practical dress than it is like a formal, okay? Because you're not going to wear that formal to an everyday function, but you might be able to wear the dress to an everyday function. Does that make sense? Okay. Model problem number 1. The label on a pair of pants states the maximum shrinkage of 2%. The pants measure 34 inches in the waist and 32 inches in length. Find the maximum shrinkage for the waist and the length. So to find the shrinkage of the waist, find 2% of 34 inches. Remember, of means to multiply, so 2% times 34. Change it to a decimal. You're going to get 0.68 inches for maximum shrinkage of the waist. So that means that when you wash that clothing, that article of clothing, those pairs of pants, a couple times, in that couple of times that you're going to wash it, chances are it's going to shrink a little over half an inch. Okay? So if those fit just right or are a little tight when you first buy them, it's not going to stretch, it's actually going to get smaller. So it's going to shrink to the point where you might not be able to wear them. So you don't want to go and buy something that you're expecting to wear for a really long time, and all of a sudden it shrinks and now you can no longer wear it. Okay? Same thing goes for the length of the pants. Okay? If they measure at 32 inches, at 2% shrinkage of the legs, okay, that's a half an inch, a little over half an inch. If they're, sure all of you know, different stores have different sizing. Okay? You go to Old Navy, it's going to fit differently than if you go to Kohl's. Something that's the same size. Okay? So if you go to Old Navy and you go buy a pair of pants and they're just barely long enough and those shrink on you a half an inch, you're going to look like a dork because you're going to wear high water pants. Okay? So make sure you look at that when you're going to buy your pants or buy your clothing if they have the amount of shrinkage available. Okay? Model problem number 2. Mr. Bishop bought $400 and $450 wool suit that must be dry cleaned. He estimates that we will have to have the suit cleaned 4 times per year at a cost of $10 per cleaning. He plans to wear the suit for 5 winters. What will be the average annual cost of the suit? So 4 times 5 would be 20 cleanings at $10.50 per cleaning. That's $210. Plus the cost of the suit is $450. So that suit is actually going to cost him $660 if he wears it for 5 years. Okay? So it averages out to $132 per year. So if you have a small budget for clothing, you need to look at, is this really worth it? Okay? Homework for tonight. I'm going to be putting it on the Google Classroom here in just a minute. You're going to be doing page 197. Page 197, that's 11 problems. Okay? So page 197, 1 through 11, that's going to be your homework for tonight. I will have that up on Google Classroom here within the next 5 minutes. Other than that, I will see you guys tomorrow.